I gotcha. I just plugged it in, or plugged it into the wall. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Trinity Track and Field Invitational here from San Antonio, Texas. Continuing with the field events, you see now the men's long jump in progress. That one is going to be listed as a scratch. Pole vault still on the way, and we have finished up the women's long jump and pole vault. Checking the results on that one now. The women's pole vault started at 4. It has concluded. It was just one flight. And it was a tie for the win between McMurray's Brenna Stell, a junior, and a junior out of Hillsdale, Katie Clifford. Both of them had a 3.78 meter jump. The results in total, in third place, Ileana Singh from Incarnate Word finished third with a 348. And then two Trinity jumpers, freshman Addison Doss with a 333, and Victoria Baker, sophomore for Trinity, also with a 333. It was actually a three-way tie for fourth place as Madeline Sumian, freshman for McMurray, also jumped a 333. McMurray also finished 7th with J.C. Dinkins. The senior jumped 318. And then two Trinity jumpers, Kaylin Leishman, junior for Trinity, jumped 303, and Chloe McCloskey, freshman for Trinity, also jumped 303. Sarah Candler rounded out the order with a 298. Pole vault still warming up, but long jump in full effect. Here's the jump. And going to be a scratch. The schedule of events, if you're here for the running, that'll start in about 40 minutes or so. Shot put is over across the street at the moment. And there are 3 flights here for this event for men's long jump. That one's going to be marked as good. And they actually aren't measuring anything yet. So these are still just the warm-ups. My apologies. So as they continue to warm up, we will be back for the field events. Again, the running going to start in about 40 minutes or so here from San Antonio. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Welcome, everybody, to Trinity University. We are just about ready to get the 5,000 meters started here, starting with the women. As everybody goes to the starting line, we are going to go through the starting order. Apologies, laptop is running a little bit slow at the moment. Here we go, got it in. And everybody lining up. Far end of the track. One heat for the women, two heats for the men. As everybody goes to get lined up. A great day for some track here in San Antonio. Maybe a little bit warm, but whenever you're running, you prefer it to be warmer than colder. A lot of Trinity Tigers in this one. Allison Fortman, the leading inside runner for the Tigers, with Charlotte Martin right next to her, the freshman. Gianna Kina, the junior for Trinity, lining up third, with Callie Good lining up fourth, also for the Tigers. Krista Wolfhope, the sophomore for Trinity, lines up fifth, with Alejandra Ramon for St. Thomas. The sophomore lines up sixth. Janeth Chaikin, she will line up in seventh for A&M Kingsville, while it's another cluster of Trinity runners as Annie Snyder, Ellie Herrick, Grace Etzel, and Kate Boone all line up 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, respectively. Southwestern's Jordan Hollub lines up in 12th, with Emma Etzler for TLU lining up 13th. 14th is going to be Avery Hand for the Trinity Tigers, and then for Texas Lutheran, Mackenzie Combs. McKenna Emerson for Schreiner lines up 16th. 17th is going to be Yuritsi Acosta for A&M Kingsville. Isabel Sines for Southwestern lines up 18th, while 19th is going to be Giselle Gonzalez. 20th is going to be Sarah Roth for Southwestern, and Casey Gilbert also for the Pirates, lining up 20th and 21st. 22nd is going to be Alaya Fonseca for TLU, and then Irene Ramirez for Southwestern. Peyton Cheney for Laterno lines up 24th. 25th is going to be Chloe Mills from Schreiner, and then a bunch of unseeded runners as 26th through 32nd have or do not have seed times listed. Audrey Malbrough for TLU starts 26th. 27th is going to be Brianna Steele for Southwestern. 28th is going to be Josette Garul for Trinity, and starting 29th, Madeline De Los Santos for Laterno. Also for Laterno, lining up 30th is going to be Felice Mullinax, and then Haley Martinez for Southwestern in 31st. And then rounding it out all the way up at the very top is going to be Hope Greenwald for Laterno. So we are set to go. And we are underway in the women's 5,000 meter run. We are going to be going to the camera pretty shortly. But leading off as we round through the first turn is going to be Steele for Southwestern. As the pack makes their way now through the first turn, big thing with this race is to make sure not to lose your speed and stamina too quickly. But look at that, already a big push by some of the Trinity runners coming up. It is Trinity 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with a battle for 7th as well. Steele is really getting chased down as we go through now. That will make it the first 200 of this race. Steele comes into this one. She started with with no seed time listed. The leader in terms of seed is Allison Fortman for Trinity. She has run a 18:18 earlier this season. It's still Steele in the lead, followed closely by Keena for Trinity. And in third looks to be Garul for Trinity as well. As we go through the end of the first lap, it is Southwestern 1, Trinity 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see, 6, 7, and 8. The Tigers really doing well in their home event so far. Foreman currently in 4th. And in 5th, that is going to be Good, I believe. Yes, it is. Callie Good. Kind of an early pack starting to form for this top 5. Steele still at the front of it as everybody kind of files through and the pack thins out. And everyone's starting to find their form a little bit. It is a very, very long race. 11 laps to go. Or sorry, make it 10 now. On to the backstretch. This pack of 5 has started to break away a little bit, as it is a good ways back there to Charlotte Martin, the freshman for Trinity, who leads this second pack ahead of Chaikin. Steele has started to distance herself from these Trinity runners a little bit as everybody kind of backs up. Could be a tactic to save some energy. After all, this is a very long race. Garul holding station. Looks like actually the sticker for the leading Trinity runner has just fallen off. Believe it's... Actually, I'm not sure who it is now. But look at this. This second pack now is kind of caught up to the Trinity runners. They've fallen back. As in the lead at the moment, it is still Brianna Steele. She is pulling away very well from the rest of these runners. I don't think that it's so much Steele getting away, more as Trinity has really fallen back. So Steele kind of in a race of her own right now, and it is now a dogfight for, well, not really a dogfight, but it is a pretty hefty pack in this second group, as now Martin and Chaikin have both closed up onto the back of what was the leading pack just a couple of laps ago. Pulling up on the back of Chaikin now is going to be Snyder for Trinity, the freshman. Snyder being followed here by Wolfhope, Hand, and Boone, all for the Tigers. So Steele completes the lap, and it's a pretty hefty lead back to the rest of these Trinity runners. You don't want to get too far ahead. Obviously, it's good to create distance, but you really don't want to burn yourself out. Still 9 laps to go in this event. Over 2 miles 2.25 to be exact left to go. This is a very long race. After this one is going to be the 10,000 meters for the men. This one going to be at 7:30. The men's 5,000 will be after this one. Steele now rounding the corner. And still no movement. Actually, there has been a little bit of movement as now Garul has made a pass for second. Trinity runner getting caught on the outside a little bit. Trinity doesn't want to spend too much energy fighting each other. This is a team game. As look at that now, Chaikin has made a move. She moves up now into 5th. So it is Southwestern 1, Trinity 2, 3, 4, A&M Kingsville 5. As we now have 2 miles left to go in this one. Steele with a comfortable advantage, about a 30-meter or so lead over the rest of the pack. It's Chaikin up now to 6th. Garul leads the Trinity pack of 4. As I believe another sticker number has fallen off of one of the Trinity runners. I think that might be Callie Good who lost her number. No, it isn't Good. Might be Snyder's number that fell off. But it is still Garul in the lead at the moment. Steele crosses the line. 7 laps to go. Rest of these runners starting to file through. Besides this front pack, you've got 2 runners who are trying to close up to this this leading pack. Steele all alone at the front. You've got 2 runners trying to close up, and then you've got a group of 2 with 2 others trailing. And then everybody else is kind of spread out. You see Steele starting to perhaps come up on some lap traffic. As we cross now over into the 9-minute mark in this race. Steele closing in on the trailing runner, trying to see who that is. Just lost the bib number. But it is still Garul in the lead of this second pack. And this is where you really need to dig in. These middle stages of this race are by far the hardest. At the end, you get the adrenaline push, and at the start, obviously, you're fresh, but these middle stages are really where it's at for these distance runners. As Steele now making her way through this lapped traffic. Trinity runner starting to do the same as well. I believe they said Fortman might have taken the lead. I'm not sure if I heard that announcement correctly, but I don't think I did because it is still Steele in the lead. I just said that Fortman took the lead of that second pack, and I believe that she has. As through the lap traffic, everybody kind of scattered a bit. It's Steele in the lead. Fortman at the front of this group. Garul trying to close in, but the entire pack really kind of dispersed as they hit the lap traffic. And now 5 laps to go in this one. Fortman had the best seed time coming into this one, and it wasn't really close. An 18.20 for Fortman. The next closest was Charlotte Martin, who had an 18.32. So Steele still in the lead of this one as they round the third corner. Sun's starting to go down here in San Antonio. And whenever Steele crosses the line, it will be 4 laps remaining. She heads down the front stretch now. Fortman's starting to close in on her a little bit. Steele had about a 30, 40-meter advantage earlier on in this race, but now Fortman has closed it to about 10. And so this could be a close race here as we get into the final mile. Fortman trying to close in. Could use some of the lap traffic to her advantage. There is no wind here in San Antonio this afternoon. Or this evening, I should say, as the lights are now on at the football field. Fortman moving to the outside of these lapped runners. Garul going to start closing in as well. Steele now starting to close up on some of the TLU runners. Gives space, and she is passed cleanly. Fortman to the outside as well as some of the Laterno runners. As we have 3 laps to go in this race, we are now in the final mile. Steele, the junior for Southwestern, didn't have a time coming into this event. Man, she is having a great run this evening. Coming to the line, it'll be 2 to go. Steele and Fortman both in some clean air. As we hit the final 1,000 meters in this one. Steele still in the lead. Fortman might have lost a little bit of ground, actually. See, as we get to the line, it's about a 20-meter advantage for Steele at the moment. Fortman, what can she do in the final 800? We'll see. Steele moving to the outside of the pack. 800 meters to go in this 5,000-meter run. Garul in third. She's fallen back. She might be working now to play some defense and try and defend her spot. Although it's kind of hard to tell where everybody is position-wise. Steele rounds the corner, 700 to go. Foreman still hasn't closed up on the back of this lapped group. She does now. She moves to the outside. It has been all Steele, all run. And now with 600 meters to go, she has a pretty good advantage. Fortman now clears the lapped runners. Might have number 27 on her sticker, but she is not number 27 here. As she rounds the final corner one more time. To start the final lap. Fortman has definitely fallen back. She's lost ground to Steele. And the final lap has begun. Garul moves to the outside of some lapped runners. She gets clear easily, and Steele really gunning it now. She has left Fortman well behind. And now we're going to see just exactly what her time will be. Currently 17:30 on the clock. She's not going to break the 17-minute mark, but we'll see just how close she gets to Fortman's 18:18 time from earlier this year. She is really pushing it through the final turn. Fortman trying to close up. She's not going to get there. And out of the final corner for the final time, Steele is absolutely flying. 5,000 meters have been run. She still has energy in the tank. She's going to cross the line, 18 minutes now. And she wins the women's 5,000 meter run with a time of, I believe that was about 18:04. A huge run for Steele. Foreman is going to break her season best as well. She runs an 18:14 here in the 5,000. Garul now gunning down the straight. She's going to set her fastest time of the season as well with 18:28. Now pushing through. Look at this. This is one of the A&M Kingsville runners. Believe it is Chaikin. She finishes fourth. Trinity closes in fifth. It is a close race to the stripe for sixth and seventh. Between, I believe that was Callie Good and one of the, or I think it might have been Snyder. And as everybody comes across to finish, a big final surge. That's what you get out of these 5,000 meter runs. The close, just as important as the finish. Southwestern coming through as well. I believe that one might be Signs, who now comes across. Your top three, Steele, Fortman, and Garul, as Wolf, Hope, and Boone come across the line to finish. Fourth is going to be Chaikin. Fifth, Ann Snyder. Sixth, Callie Good for Trinity. There's Grace Edsel, who just crossed the line in 14th. And a final surge coming in. Close race between Southwestern and TOU is going to be won by Southwestern, coming across the stripe for 15th. Charlotte Martin for Trinity finishes 7th. Ellie Herrick for Trinity finishes 8th. as everybody's starting to file through and finish up their runs. We will be getting, of course, the full results for y'all when available. You can see them on your screen at the top. We will also be having a graphic up to show the full results when they are available. And yes, that is the live scoring update. So Steele finishes first with an 18:04. That's going to be her best result of the season. Five runners left in this race, or five runners still left to finish. Emerson, Gilbert, Ramirez, Cheney, and Mills. This is going to be Ramirez coming across the line now. And Cheney for Letourneau, now down the straight. Being followed by Mills for Schreiner. And then that's going to be Mills for Schreiner. Again, only one heat for the women's race, 2 heats for the men coming up. So make sure to stick around for that one. And then, of course, all of the remaining running events going to be happening tomorrow, starting at noon, I believe, or the general 12:30 area. Women's 4x100 going to be starting at 12:30, and that's going to kick off a whole day of running, as the women's and men's 4x100, followed by the 1500, and then we get into the hurdles. So from 12:30 until 5:30, whenever the final events start. And the men now getting ready and set for their 5,000. We are going to run through the live results. We're going to run through the results for the women now that the race is 100% complete. Let's see, not quite, as those results have not fully finished updating yet. So instead, we're going to go now to the men's 5,000. Heat 1 of 2 for this event. Brian Armijo leads off for Southwestern. Jacob Hammond for Trinity Legend. Interesting. So some alums for this race. Blends Eric Legat lines up third. Fourth is going to be Ethan Turner for UT Dallas. Fifth, Wesley Hollub for TLU, and then Sebastian Moreno for Our Lady of the Lake lines up sixth. Lining up seventh is going to be William Wines for Southwestern. Also for Southwestern is going to be Emilio Salas, lines up eighth. Lining up ninth is going to be Bradley Griffin for A&M Kingsville, followed by Roberto Alejandro, also for Kingsville. 2 St. Thomas runners, as it is Jonathan Castro and Mason McFeeters, 11th and 12th. 13th is going to be Dashiell Brown for Trinity, and then 14th, Kevin Love for Southwestern. 15th, Isaac Lehman for Laterno, and then 16th, Lucas Falcon for TLU. Mark Mendoza for St. Thomas starts 17th, while 18th through 20th are all UT Dallas runners. Jaden Chambliss, Prithvij Rajesh for UT Dallas, and then Joseph Trevino for UT Dallas. JT Almond for Trinity starts on the far outside in 21st. Underway to start this one off. Side by side, actually a pretty good group forming at the front as the top three runners establish themselves. Still side by side in this battle for the lead. Nobody really thinning out quite yet. Is now making a move to the outside. Can't see the number, but in the lead for St. Thomas, that is going to be Mendoza, the junior who ran a 15:58 coming into this race. Being followed closely by McFeeters, also for St. Thomas. Look at this, a big group coming up on the outside. It is Armijo trying to make a push. Being followed by, I believe I saw Turner in there as well. Yes, it is Turner on the far outside. 3 wide in this battle for the lead. Legat for Blinn right there as well, following closely. Legat now going to try and make a move to the outside. Don't want to make it 3 wide, especially this early on. But unlike the women's race, these men are still very close together in this pack. Moreno and I couldn't see who else. Moreno, Griffin, and Castro did not start as they were pre-race scratches. And so now trying to make a move for the lead is Armijo on the outside. 2 minutes and 30 seconds down in this race. And whenever they cross the stripe, it'll be 10 to go. Or excuse me, 10 to go now. It'll be 9 to go whenever they cross the stripe. Armijo trying to make the move around the outside for the lead. We'll see if he's able to clear Turner, the Dallas runner, and he does. Now trying to make a push on the outside. Mendoza for St. Thomas. He makes a move around the outside for second. Turner trying to survive. I don't think he's going to be able to. And now look at this, a big move around the outside with the push by Legat from Blinn. Legat trying to make the move. He does clear third. Now he clears second. He's trying to go for the lead. Of course, you want to try and cut into the inside as soon as you can, but with these runners not giving any room, Legat's still trapped on the outside. He looked back, trying to cut in, but was not let in by Mendoza. He is still stuck on the outside. And now look at this. Turner trying to make a move around the outside. He tries to make it 3 wide. He clears Legat for second, and he now clears Armijo for the lead. Ethan Turner to the front of this pack, but Armijo not going to let that slide for long. He makes a move to the outside. Doesn't have the momentum to push past and clear him. As we have this cluster of, what is it? That is the opening 8 runners a slight gap back to 9th and 10th, and a huge gap back to the rest of the field. It is still Turner in the lead. Armijo trying to make a move on the outside. The outside of the final turn or final turn has been the place to make a move so far. Minimal wind here in San Antonio. Armijo still on the outside. Legat not letting him in. It is Turner in the lead, Armijo in second on the outside. Legat in third for Blinn. As now Mendoza thought about closing up. Legat going to make a move now as Armijo pushed past on the outside for the lead. So after leading for the whole lap, Turner now falls down to third. It is Armijo and Legat in the lead, 1 and 2. One of the unique things about track is that you get to see a bunch of these runners from schools that you really don't get an opportunity to, of course, here at the D3 level. Blinn, a D2 school. You've got A&M Kingsville as well. Haven't seen them in basically anything that I can remember in any of the other sports. But that's one of the fun things about track. You get so many unique schools, unique runners, and unique events. As this top 5 pack has started to distance themselves from the back 3. Is Armijo in the lead, Legat in third, Turner now trying to make a move for second in third. Followed closely by Mendoza, and wasn't able to get the number on the runner who just pushed, or who just made a push for fourth. But it is Turner in the lead, Armijo second, Legat third. As we now have 7 laps to go, under 2 miles left in this one. See, the runner in fourth is Jacob Hammond, one of the Trinity alums. So the top 3 have distanced themselves from this back 2. Hammond trying to close in to make this a 4-man race at the front. Armijo to the outside. We'll see if he's able to complete the pass. Again, the outside has been the place to make passes in this final corner. He pushes through on the front straight. Legat now going to try and make a push on the outside of Turner. He does so. These top 3 just swapping the lead back and forth. Now 6 laps left to go. Hammond trails these top 3, and Turner starting to fall off the back of Legat a little bit. See if he's able to close back in, or if Hammond is going to reel him in. Top 4 with some separation back to the rest of the pack. There's a large pack in the very back, being led at the moment by a few St. Thomas runners, it looks like. Hard to see the numbers from this far out, but meanwhile, Turner makes a move around Armijo for the lead. So Turner able to avoid being reeled in by Hammond. Leading this pack is actually UT Dallas. I apologize. And leading this backpack is Chambliss for the Comets. 5 laps to go in this one. It is still a 3-man race at the front, but Hammond has reeled them in. He's starting to close up on the back of Legat just a little bit. Track almost completely bathed in shadow now. As Armijo makes a move around the outside for the lead on Turner. Legat also going to make the move. Legat hasn't made any moves for the lead yet. At least not in quite some time. He's been content just to stay behind Armijo this entire race. As now Hammond moves around the outside of Turner for third. And so it's Hammond to third, and now look at that. Turner has fallen off the back as well. So Turner going to really have to push it here to get back up to this front 3. Here with 1 mile left to go. 4 laps left to decide it. These 3 have been back and forth all race long. Or well, really these 2 have been back and forth all race long. We'll see now without Turner to make a push if it will be Legat trying to make a push for the lead. Getting some encouragement from his coach there in the third turn. Armijo checking his right. You don't want to do that too often. Legat thought about a move. He instead holds. Hammond holds as well. 3 laps left to run. Armijo leads. Legat second. Hammond third. Turner has really fallen off the back in fourth. Being followed by, I believe that is Mendoza. Turner is dropped down 20, 30, 35 meters off the back of this lead pack. Might have used up too much of his energy in that back and forth battle. As whenever they come to the line, it'll be 2 laps remaining. $12 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock in this race. These runners have done a great job of conserving their energy. Armijo had the best seed coming into this one. He ran a 5:11.99 earlier this year. Legat ran a 15:11.99. Legat ran a 15:30 dead. They're on good pace at the moment. It's 2 laps to go, 800 meters. Slow runner at the back might have some influence in this one. Trying to see who's making up the tail end of this order. I believe it might be Laterno's Isaac Lehman, who this group is now coming up on. They get past Lehman cleanly. Hammond now moves up to second. Armijo still in the lead. Hammond now making the move around the outside. He takes the lead as we go through the final bend. Legat makes the move for second. So as we go onto the front straight to begin the final lap, Hammond 1, Legat 2, Armijo 3. Armijo now making the move for second, but look at Hammond really extend this lead. Going down the front straight one final time around. And Hammond really gapping these other two now. He saved up his energy earlier on this race, held back, made the push, and he now has a comfortable 20-meter advantage over Armijo. Legat starting to fall back just a little bit. Turner now Turner was passing the lapped runner. But as we go into the final bend, Hammond, no competition. Armijo, nobody around him as well. Legat trying to close. He's not going to be able to get there. It's a very spaced out top four. But it is a top four that is fought all throughout this race. Down the front straight, 50 meters to go. Hammond is going to finish in first. Armijo second. Legat third. Turner fourth on the front straightaway now. Hammond wins the men's 5,000 meters. Brian Armijo second. Eric Legat third. Ethan Turner going to finish in fourth. So the only change from their starting spot is, look at this, a very huge late charge. What a finish by, trying to see who that was. That was A&M Kingsville's Roberto Alejandro making a very late sprint over Dashiell Brown for Trinity. Everybody across the line. So your results as they come across: Hammond first, Armijo second, Legat third, Turner fourth, Alejandro fifth, Brown for Trinity sixth, Solis for Southwestern seventh, Almond for Trinity eighth, Falcon for Texas Lutheran ninth. 10th is going to be Southwestern's Southwestern's Wines. Chambliss for UT Dallas finishes 11th, with Trevino for UT Dallas just behind him, or less than a second back from him, in 12th. And then it is McFeeters for St. Thomas in 13th. Love for Southwestern in 14th. Rajesh for UT Dallas finishes 15th. Rounding out the finishing order is Lehman for Laterno, who just now crosses the line. As Hollab listed as a did not start, and Mendoza did not finish. So not entirely sure what happened with those two, but either way, a very great race that was back and forth all the way throughout. And now we go to the second heat of this men's 5,000 meter run. As they get lined up on the field, we will line them up here for this starting order. Southwestern starts first once again with Leonardo Redding. UT Dallas then brings to the line John Youssef, starting second. Trevor Kuhlman for Trinity starts third. Robert Trevino for A&M Kingsville starts fourth. Xander Hoaxbergen for Laterno lines up fifth. Alan Baez for A&M Kingsville sixth. Gannon Hall for Southwestern lines up seventh, with Ryan Talley for Laterno lining up eighth. Ninth is going to be Cooper Stockton from Southwestern and Isaiah Arriaga for Texas Lutheran. Hardin Simmons brings Juan Uribe starting 11th, and Derek Medina starts 12th for Shriner. 13th and 14th are both Concordia Tornadoes. It is Edward Wells Wensley and Cade Eulers. Again, both starting 13th and 14th. 15th Akili for or for UT Dallas. Snedeker for TLU starts 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th are all TLU Bulldogs, as it is Hernandez, Martinez, and Godinez. And then finally, Blins, Austin Spencer rounds out the order, starting with bib number 20. So leading off of the first bend is going to be the Trinity runner here, Kuhlman. Being followed by, I believe that was Redding. It was a thrilling conclusion to heat number 1. We'll see how heat number 2 goes. And already making a push for the lead. We could see another back and forth race. It is, in fact, Redding trying to close in. Redding doesn't make a push for the lead and said he's content to just hold back for now. Again, a very long race. 5,000 meter. Just a touch over 3 miles. In third place is Trevino for A&M Kingsville. Being followed by... No, that wasn't Oaksburg. I believe that might have been Aklili. I sure do hope that I'm pronouncing these names right. If you know anybody who is running in these races, or if you know how they are pronounced, please let me know. That would be great. Day 1 of 2 here in San Antonio. Won't be covering the field events, but we'll be covering the running events later tomorrow. So still in the lead. It is still Redding trailing. 1550 would be the fastest race that any of these runners have run so far this season. Or would be the fastest that any of these runners in the second heat have run so far this season, I should say. Excuse me. Still Kuhlman with the lead. Redding in second, and they've kind of developed a little bit of a gap back to Trevino and Youssef in third and fourth. They've started to kind of get caught up a little bit by, I believe that is Baez and one of the other Dallas runners. So you're trying to get a look. Yes, it is Baez who is closed in. He now makes the move for fourth. So it is Kuhlman, Redding, Trevino, and Baez, your top four. Fifth is Yusuf, who has fallen back just a little bit. It is a three-way fight for third, two-way battle for the lead. Kuhlman has led for basically this entire race. As actually he makes a move for the lead. So now it is Redding to the front with Baez now taking second. Kuhlman has dropped to third, although it looks like he's going to try and return up to second. Reminder going over the PA system for everybody to get some water after their runs. It is a pretty warm day here in San Antonio. Nice weather, 74 degrees. It's going to be 85 tomorrow, so everybody's going to definitely need to make sure to hydrate. But no hydration right now for these runners on the track. As Redding leads, followed closely on his outside by Baez, who now makes a move around the outside. A&M Kingsville takes their first lead of the race. As we have 7 laps to go, under 2 miles left in this one as they cross the line. Some chance for the crowd. Believe it's for one of the long jumpers who's now going. He goes just a bit too long and going to be listed as a scratch. Real shame. That sounded like a pretty or sounded like some pretty good crowd work. But look at this. This lead pack has now started to separate out just a little bit. It is Baez at the front with Redding in second. About a 10-meter gap between the two, and then another 15 or so meter gap back to Kuhlman, who's now getting chased down by Yusuf for third. 6 laps still left in this one. Then we have the men's 10,000 afterwards. And look at Baez go. He has just made an incredible lead. Obviously, still a very long way to go in this one. Still, still a mile and a half? Or well, now under a mile and a half, as whenever they get to the line, it'll be 5 to go. Announcement to check in for the 10,000, but 5 laps to go for Alan Baez, the leader at the moment for A&M Kingsville. Trevino, the other A&M Kingsville runner, finds itself in a battle at the moment for 5th. Reading would need to pick up the pace very well if he wants to close in. Of course, there is a chance that he could make the move, but he really needs to close in. And right now, it doesn't look like he's able to, as Baez has gained ground on him heading into the final turn. Baez now starting to close in on these back two runners. Wensley and Eulers for Concordia now get lapped going down the front straight. 1 mile left to go for Alan Baez, as we just cross over the 11-minute mark. Reading has not closed. In fact, he has lost ground. Almost a full 100-meter advantage for Baez at the moment, heading into the final mile. Starting the final mile. Through the final turn is Reading. But Baez on the front straight. He has a very healthy lead. I'd say that's about 75-meter or so advantage. As we start, 3 to go. Reading crosses the line now. And with just 1,200 meters left in this race, it is all Alan Baez. Baez came into this race with the 6th best time, a 16:43.9, which was well behind Reading's 16:10, but looks like both of them are going to set new season bests, or potentially could set season bests. Baez now exits the final turn. Reading just midway through it. Two laps to go for Baez, almost a full straightaways advantage. And Reading himself has a little bit of a gap, or has a pretty healthy lead of about 50 meters back to third place Kuhlman. It is actually one of the Laterno runners who have moved up to second. Believe it's Hoaxbergen, the freshman. Who has now gone past Reading. Yes, it is Hoaxbergen. Sticker number 5. We'll see if he can close in, but it's a very good lead. Still almost a full straights advantage. As well, actually, yeah, Reading has fallen off quite a bit. Baez coming to the line. 1 lap to go. 400 meters. The gun goes off right at the 15-minute mark. As Baez begins his final push. Unless he falls, Hochsbergen won't be able to catch him. Or unless Hochsbergen pulls out an incredible final lap. He makes a move around the outside of some lap traffic. But it won't be enough. As it was Kuhlman at the start. Before then Redding took over. And then for the last 2 or so miles, it has been all Alan Baez. As he now rounds the final turn and exits the final corner. 100 meters to go. He can see the finish line in sight. And Alan Baez, out of Texas A&M Kingsville, wins the men's 5,000-meter run in the second heat. Coming up is Xander Hochsbergen for Letourneau. Making a finishing push. Baez finishes with a 16:09. Hochsbergen with a 16:20. Redding pushing for the finish line. He crosses with a 16:33. It was Ryan Talley who finishes 4th. Snedeker for TLU, 5th. I believe it was another TLU runner as well, just behind him. No, it was a Trinity runner, excuse me, Trevor Kuhlman. And then it was Arriaga for TLU. Trevino for A&M Kingsville finishes in 8th. As everybody else comes across the line. 9th is going to be Jonas Martinez for TLU. And then UTD's John Youssef in 10th. 11th, a very close finish of just under a second between the two, is Cooper Stockton, finishing 11th. 12th is going to be Gannon Hall. It was actually a very close race between Arriaga and Kuhlman for that 6th position that Kuhlman ended up winning. Miguel Hernandez for TLU finishes 13th. 14th is going to be Derek Medina for Schreiner. Austin Spencer for Blinn finishes 15th. And I believe, yes, that is Aklile, Aklile, finishing 16th. 17th from Concordia is Eulers with Godinez for TLU 18th. Coming across the line now is Wensley to finish 19th. And Uribe did not finish. And so looking at the results, I believe that is going to give the win in the men's 5,000 meter overall. I believe that will bring it up for... I want to say that's going to be Armio. Armio did win the 5,000. He never won a thing. I've already forgotten. It's been a... with these long races, it's hard to remember everything that goes into it. We'll get the full finishing results up when they are available. But right now, we go to the men's 10,000 meter run. As we get the lives up. Vaughn going to be listed as a will not start for Trinity. Starting in first for Trinity is going to be Nate Trevino. Elijah Odin for Laterno starts second. Rosenquist for for Southwestern starts third, with Concordia's Valdez in fourth. Starting fifth is going to be Ben Kim for Trinity. Sixth, Luke Whitfill for Trinity as well. Seventh is going to be Thomas Hughes for Concordia, and then eighth, Nico Lopez Nico Lopez also for Trinity. Starting ninth is going to be Juan Carlos Carpio for St. Thomas, and then another St. Thomas runner, Jonathan Castro, rounds out the order starting 10th. "25 laps around the track for the 10,000. We are going to take a quick break as the runners prepare to come to the line for this grueling test of endurance here in San Antonio. The lights are on. The sun has gone down here in San Antonio. And we are just a few moments away from starting this men's 10,000 meter run. 24 laps around the track. And we will see who is going to come out on top. Runners are set. And we are off in the men's 10,000 meter run. Trevino for Trinity starting in the first position on the far inside. Believe he has the lead going into the first turn. So it is Trevino with the lead, being followed by Hughes for Concordia. It's a big dogfight for this second spot. Trevino's kind of gotten out to a little bit of a lead. As I believe that is Carpio for St. Thomas, who's just made the move for second. Although he's being followed very closely by Castro. No, I don't believe that's Castro. I think I might have gotten the... No, so nope, it is Castro. For some reason, St. Thomas running with two different colored uniforms. I'm not entirely sure why they decided to do that, but they have, which is absolutely lovely. It's Valdez who now sits in that second spot. Or, excuse me, not Valdez, it's Thomas Hughes for Concordia. Two runners did not start. It was Odin for Laterno and Vaughn for Trinity. So 9 runners make up this race. And all 9 still within about 20 meters of each other. Trevino with the lead, being followed by Hughes. Hughes might be looking to make a move, but again, this is a 6.25 mile race. Absolutely no reason to be pushing too early, as in 10,000 meters, you definitely can't win it in even the first mile. March 28th here in San Antonio. March Madness in full swing. Beautiful game last night between Texas Tech and Arkansas that went into overtime. That was a fun one to watch. But games, of course, going on all around. But on the track, St. Thomas making a big push. It is Carpio up to the front with Castro following him through to second. Trevino relinquishes the lead for the first time this race. Just a bit past 4 minutes here. As Carpio up front, Castro just behind him. And looks like Hughes now made the move up to third, passing Trevino. I
always have a soft spot for the distance runners and the distance races. Of course, ran distance in high school, the 2 mile and the mile. A very underrated aspect of track and field. These distance runs, of course, there is a very important physical aspect to it, but also a very kind of under talked about mental aspect. But right now, these top 6 have broken away from the other 3. It's now Hughes in the lead, followed by Castro and Carpio. Carpio has now been overtaken by, I believe that's Trevino. Well, still battling on the outside. Yes, it is Trevino. Now trying to make a move is Castro around the outside. Hughes checks his right. Carpio going to try and box Trevino in, prevent him from making a move. And it's Castro to the lead. Trevino manages to break outside and claim second place over Hughes. Five miles left to go in this race. 20 laps. As we have just gotten done with the first mile. Getting to cover track is always a very fun job to do for sure. With these longer races, it can be a little bit more difficult, of course, but all of the races tomorrow, definitely going to be some good ones. For Trinity, this is one of their many meets this season. They had a pretty stellar indoor season, which saw quite a few records be broken, particularly on the women's side for indoor track. Still about a month out from the conference championship track meet, which is going to be at Texas Lutheran. No TLU runners in this race. There are a couple of St. Thomas runners, and one of those St. Thomas runners, Castro, leading at the moment. Nathaniel Trevino right behind him in second place. He started first. Hughes and now Rosenquist has come up into the mix. As they round the corner, 18 laps to go.
Trevino just content to hold position right now. Again, a very long race left to go. 4.5 miles left in this race. Well, 4.25 plus change. 17 laps to go whenever they cross the stripe. You see on your screens, Hughes in third place. Just ahead of Rosenquist, and it's a pretty good gap back to the rest of the runners. Going down the front. It's still Castro in the lead, the freshman from St. Thomas. These are not quick races, as the fastest seed time coming into this event was Nathaniel Trevino, who ran a 32:26.9. We are just at the 11-minute and 30-second mark right now, so still almost 20 minutes to go if we're going off of season average. Trevino holding station. He hasn't fallen back. Rosenquist has dropped back a little bit off of the back of Hughes, but not too much. And all the other runners have kind of spaced out a little bit. As there's a two-way battle for first, two-way battle for third, two-way battle for fifth, and seventh and eighth. Trailing a bit further back. Trevino has now fallen off of the back of Castro just a little bit. Said that we would get the results from the, what is it? From the 5,000 meter whenever they were compiled. They have not been finished yet, it looks like. But, yeah, no results have been compiled yet, so we will deliver those as they become available. And looking at the leaders at the moment, it is a very, very healthy lead. For Castro, who is really kind of pulled away. He's generated a great gap back to Trevino, who's actually been overtaken by, let's see, that's going to be Hughes as well as Rosenquist. So Trevino has really fallen off the pace. I didn't see if he had an incident or not, or if he's just slowed up.
just crossing the 15-minute mark. Fifteen and a half minutes down in this one. Castro's still in the lead. Trevino might have burned himself out, as he's now almost a full 100 meters behind this battle for second. 13 laps to go as they cross the line. 3.25 miles as now Rosenquist takes that second spot away from Hughes. First kind of passing that we've seen between these two in a while. But with still 3+ miles to go, this is still anybody's race. A lot can change in 3 miles. A lot can change in 1. It is still Castro in the lead, as he has been basically since the end of the first mile. Now Rosenquist has generated a little bit of distance back to Hughes. "12 laps to go, crossing the line." Now halfway through this 10,000 meter run. Gonna take a quick mid-race break to stretch, get some water, and we'll be back in just a couple of laps. Camera's gonna keep on running. I'm just gonna take a few steps and loosen up as we are midway through this 10,000 meter run. Welcome back, everybody, to the men's 10,000 meter run. It is Castro still in the lead. And still a very comfortable lead. Oh, excuse me, just knocked my binoculars over. Still a very comfortable lead. For the freshman, as you saw there on your screen, Nate Trevino, who finds himself at the moment in second. Or I believe that's second. He might have been lapped. I think he was just lapped. That will make a little bit more sense. Second place is still with Cade Rosenquist, being followed by Thomas Hughes in eighth. Trevino ran a 32:26 coming into this race. He got held up behind Castro for quite some time and then ended up falling off the pace. I believe he might have ended up chopping and expending a lot of his energy. This is the final race of the night for the Friday running. Tomorrow, Saturday, going to have a lot more races. Starting off at 12:30, 4x100 meter relay with the 1500 meter starting at 12:40. The 100 and 110 hurdles gonna start off at about 1:30 or so. 1:35 is what it's listed at on the schedule, and they're gonna have a lot of heats for that one. Uh, 1:55 is going to be the start of the 400 meter, and then the 100 meter sprint will start at 2:25. A lot of heats in that 100 meter bracket, because then it's going to go, the next race will start 40 minutes later at 3:05. That race is going to be the 800. Then another long break before we get to the start of the 400 meter hurdles. Those start at 4 o'clock. And 20 minutes later, the 200 meters are going to start. A lot of heats for that one. They're going to give some time. And then at 5 o'clock is going to be the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, which you can see every time that the camera pans over to the left with the large pit of water on the inside of the track. And finally, at 5:40, rounding out the events, will be the 4x400 meter relay. Right now, all eyes on this men's 10,000 meter run. 25 laps, 6.25 miles on this track. As Castro has come up on a couple of lapped runners here. He's dealt with lap traffic cleanly so far. And he leads going into 5 laps to go. No real battles going on around the track at the moment. It is a pretty quiet race. Everybody kind of running their own event. We are in the final stretch as whenever Castro crosses the line, it'll be 1 mile to go. Trevino for Trinity started up front, but Castro took the lead in the first mile and hasn't given it back yet. Took the lead in the second mile and hasn't looked back. Castro getting encouragement from his coach. And 1 mile left to go. Field event still going on as well. Long jump has concluded, but pole vault is still ongoing. Again, no real battles for position. There's a group on the backstretch that you can see right now. That's Castro who's moving through the pack. But none of these runners really close enough to each other to make a move on each other yet. Castro to the inside of the lapped runner. Believe that is, yes, it is Valdez for Concordia. Three laps to go. 1,200 meters out of 10,000. And we're just about 30 seconds away from hitting the 30-minute mark. Ben Kim for Trinity and Juan Carlos Carpio for for St. Thomas did not start. Castro, the only St. Thomas runner in this race. Carpio actually listed as a did not finish. Kim did not start. So not entirely sure what happened with those two retirements. But it is still Castro in the lead, as we have now 2 laps to go. Whitfield at the moment for Trinity. Currently close in the battle for 4th. That could be something to keep an eye on as we approach now the final lap. Castro rounds the final turn. He has lapped almost everybody here in this one.
And as we start the final lap, Castro has led for the last 5 miles and hasn't looked back. Just crossing the 32-minute mark now. Good battle sizing up for, I believe that might be third. But it is all Castro all the way. Whitfield closing in on Trevino, both of the Trinity runners there on the back straight as well. Trevino has now pulled out a little bit of a gap. But at the moment, all eyes on Jonathan Castro, the freshman out of St. Thomas. As he rounds the final corner, he gets a cheer from the crowd. He pushes hard, giving everything that he has left. 30 minutes of running come to a close as the freshman Jonathan Castro wins the men's 10,000-meter run. But now look at this, a close battle in this final lap. Starting the final lap, I believe. Lopez ahead of now Rosenquist for second. As those two start the final lap. Or no, sorry, Rosenquist finishes in second. Hughes is going to finish in third for Concordia. The senior crosses the line. He's going to get a medal out of this one. But in fourth, this has been a back-and-forth battle for the last few laps. And now coming across down the front straight, a huge final kick by Lopez. Meanwhile, a very late kick by Valdez, and it's going to be Valdez who takes fifth spot. A very late finish and a very late push against, I believe that's going to be Whitfield for Trinity. They haven't updated the finishing order quite yet. Waiting for the final runners to come across now, Odin and Vaughn for Trinity. That finish between Trevino and Valdez, 0.8 seconds. The gap between those two after 10,000 meters. An incredible finish. And Odin and Vaughn can be listed as did not finish. So 9 start, 7 finish in the 10,000 meter. It was a thrilling race all throughout as Jonathan Castro wins it by 20 seconds, a 33-28 to claim victory. And that will do it for action here on the track tonight. We're going to keep an eye on the pole vault as it is still ongoing. But that will be it, at least for me, for the night. My name has been Caleb Reed. It has been a pleasure getting to call day number 1 of the Trinity Track and Field Invitational. Looking forward to day number 2, which, again, will be starting at about 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. This has been the Trinity Tiger Network. Tune in tomorrow to continue watching some great track and field action. And we hope to see you very soon. Thank you for watching. Take care, be safe, and have a wonderful night.